Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the waning years of the Third Age, when the shadow of Dol Guldur still lay heavy upon Mirkwood, and the lands of men grew ever more troubled, there came to pass a time of strange happenings in the northern reaches of Eriador. It was a season of unease, when the wind carried whispers of things best left forgotten, and the very stones seemed to remember sorrows long buried beneath the weight of centuries. Gandalf the Grey, ever watchful against the creeping darkness that stirred in forgotten places, walked the ancient roads with his staff in hand and his mind bent toward purposes that few could fathom. His grey cloak billowed behind him like smoke, and his weathered face bore the marks of countless ages spent in service to the free peoples of Middle-earth. The wizard's keen eyes, sharp as winter stars, missed nothing as he travelled, for he had learned through long experience that the smallest sign might herald the greatest peril. It was on such a journey, as autumn painted the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, that Gandalf received word of a peculiar affliction that had befallen the village of Arket, a small settlement of men that lay in the shadow of the Weather Hills. The message had come by way of a ranger, one of those silent watchers who guarded the borders of the wild, and the words it contained troubled the wizard's heart deeply. The people of Arket, so the message read, had begun to forget, not the common forgetfulness that comes with age, nor the natural fading of memories as years pile one upon another, but something far more sinister. They forgot their names, their kin, their very histories. A man might wake one morning, unable to recall his wife's face, though she lay sleeping beside him. A mother might look upon her child with the blank confusion of a stranger. The elderly forgot not just their youth, but their middle years as well, until some sat hollow-eyed and empty, possessing nothing but the present moment, which itself slipped away like water through grasping fingers. Gandalf's brow furrowed as he read these words beneath the shelter of an ancient oak. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves above, casting dancing patterns of light and shadow upon the ground. But the wizard took no comfort in the beauty of the day. He had lived long enough to recognize the touch of dark sorcery when he encountered it, and this bore all the hallmarks of magic, most foul. Without delay, he set his course northward, his pace swift despite his appearance of age. The road stretched before him, winding through country that had once been fair, but now showed signs of long decline. Crumbling walls marked where homesteads had once stood. Fields lay fallow and overgrown. Here and there he passed folk upon the road, and he marked how they averted their eyes and hurried past, as though fearing to draw the attention of any stranger. As he drew nearer to Archet, the signs of the affliction became more apparent. He encountered an old woman sitting by the roadside, weeping softly to herself. When he approached and asked what troubled her, she looked up at him with eyes red from crying, and said in a voice thick with anguish that she could not remember why she wept, only that some great sorrow pressed upon her heart like a stone. Further on, he found a young man wandering in circles through a meadow, calling out names that seemed to mean nothing to him even as he spoke them. The man's face was haggard, his clothes torn from days of aimless wandering, and when Gandalf tried to speak with him, he received only confused babbling in response. The wizard's heart grew heavier with each such encounter. This was no natural malady, no sickness of the body that might be treated with herbs and rest. This was an assault upon the very essence of what made these people human, upon the memories and connections that wove the tapestry of their lives. To steal a person's past was to rob them of their future as well, leaving them suspended in an eternal, meaningless present. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Gandalf at last came within sight of Arket. The village sat in a shallow valley, its modest houses clustered together as if seeking comfort in proximity. Smoke rose from a few chimneys, thin and hesitant, and the wizard could see figures moving about in the streets below, though their movements seemed oddly aimless and confused. He made his way down the hillside, his staff tapping against the stones with each measured step. As he entered the village proper, he was struck by the profound silence that hung over the place. In a healthy village at this hour, there should have been the sounds of evening preparations, children called in from play, the lowing of cattle being driven to barn, the cheerful exchange of greetings between neighbours. Here, there was only a heavy quiet, broken occasionally by a confused question or a sob of despair. The village elder, or at least the man who had once held that position, sat upon a bench before what had presumably been his home. His face was blank, his eyes unfocused, and when Gandalf approached and spoke his name, the old man looked up with the innocent incomprehension of a newborn child. He smiled vaguely at the wizard, then returned his gaze to the middle distance, apparently content to sit and watch the shadows lengthen. Gandalf moved through the village, observing, questioning when he could find someone capable of coherent speech, and piecing together the pattern of the affliction. It had begun, he learned, some 3 weeks past. At first, it had been small things. A forgotten errand, a misplaced name, nothing to cause alarm. But with each passing day, the forgetting had grown worse, spreading through the village like a plague. Now, scarcely a soul remained who could recall their own history with any clarity. Yet Gandalf noted something curious. Not all were affected equally. Some, particularly the very young, seemed to retain more of themselves than their elders, and here and there he found individuals who had been largely spared, though they could offer no explanation for their immunity. They watched their families and friends fade into confusion with helpless horror, unable to do anything but bear witness to the slow dissolution of their community. As darkness fell and the first stars appeared in the deepening sky, Gandalf made his way to the village's modest inn. The innkeeper, a stout woman named Mara, was one of those who had thus far retained most of her faculties, though even she admitted that each morning brought new gaps in her memory. She welcomed the wizard with evident relief, for his arrival represented the first hope the village had known in weeks. She set before him a simple meal of bread and cheese, apologizing that she could not remember how to prepare the dishes she had once made daily. As he ate, she told him what she could recall of the affliction's progression, her voice trembling with the effort of holding on to thoughts that seemed to slip away even as she tried to voice them. According to Mara, the trouble had begun shortly after a stranger had passed through Arquette. She could not recall the stranger's face, nor even whether it had been a man or woman, but she remembered the feeling of unease that had settled over the village in the wake of that visit. The stranger had asked many questions. She said, questions about the village's history, about the old days before Arna fell, about ancient things buried and forgotten. Gandalf listened intently, his pipe forgotten in his hand, his eyes fixed upon the innkeeper's worried face. When she had finished her tale, he sat in silence for a long moment, his mind working through possibilities and probabilities, sifting through long centuries of accumulated knowledge and lore. At last, he spoke, and his voice was grave. "This is the work of a lore keeper," he said, and Mara looked at him in confusion, for she had never heard that term before. The wizard explained that in the ancient days, there had been servants of the enemy who specialized in a particular form of cruelty. They did not merely slay their victims or torture them. They stole from them their stories, their histories, their very identities, adding these memories to great repositories of stolen knowledge that served the Dark Lord's purposes. Most such creatures had been destroyed in the fall of Angmar, Gandalf continued, but it seemed that at least one had survived, hiding through the long years, waiting for an opportunity to resume its dark work. The night deepened around Arquette, and Gandalf sat long by the hearth of the inn, smoking his pipe and staring into the dancing flames, as if seeking answers in their ever-shifting patterns. Mara had retired to her room, exhausted by the effort of maintaining her dwindling memories, leaving the wizard alone with his thoughts. The fire crackled and popped, sending occasional sparks spiraling upward into the chimney, and shadows moved along the walls like restless spirits. The wizard's mind turned over what he knew of lawkeepers, drawing upon knowledge garnered through long ages of study and experience. They were rare creatures, even in the days of their making, for the art of stealing memories required not just power, but a particular kind of twisted cunning. The enemy had valued them highly, for what they took could never be restored, and entire lineages could be erased as thoroughly as if they had never existed. A people without memory of their past, Gandalf reflected grimly. Were a people without identity, without purpose, without hope. They became empty vessels, easily filled with whatever dark purposes their master desired. But lawkeepers had weaknesses, as all creatures of darkness did. They required time to work their art, feeding slowly upon the memories of their victims like parasites drinking blood. They could not simply appear and strip away a lifetime in an instant. No, they wove their magic gradually, carefully, savoring each stolen recollection as they added it to their hoard. This meant that somewhere nearby, the creature must have established a lair, a place where it could work undisturbed and store the memories it had taken. Gandalf rose from his chair and moved to the window, looking out upon the darkened village. Moonlight painted the empty streets in shades of silver and shadow, and here and there a candle still burned in a window, though whether tended by someone who remembered why they had lit it, or simply left burning by habit, he could not say. The wizard's keen eyes swept across the rooftops and gardens, searching for any sign of wrongness, any hint of where the lawkeeper might be hiding. His gaze was drawn to the northern edge of the village, where an old stone building stood apart from the other structures. It had been a watchtower once, Mara had told him earlier, built in the days when Arna still stood, and such precautions were thought necessary. Now it stood abandoned, its roof partially collapsed, and its stones green with moss and age. Yet as Gandalf studied it, he thought he detected a faint, sickly luminescence emanating from within, a glow that had nothing to do with hearthfire or candle flame. The wizard turned from the window and gathered his belongings. He would need to investigate that tower, but not in darkness, not unprepared. Lawkeepers were dangerous creatures, capable of stripping away even a wizard's memories if caught unaware. He would need protection, wards against the creature's power, and for that he required certain materials that might be difficult to find in a village already ravaged by forgetting. As dawn's first light began to paint the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold, Gandalf emerged from the inn and made his way through Arkhet's quiet streets. He found what remained of the village's healer, an elderly woman named Elsa who sat in her garden surrounded by herbs she could no longer name. Her hands moved automatically through the motions of tending plants. Muscle memory preserved even as conscious thought faded, and she looked up at Gandalf's approach with the vague smile of one who recognizes nothing but means no harm. The wizard spoke gently to her, asking about certain plants, and though she could not tell him their names or purposes, her hands moved without conscious direction to the very herbs he sought. He gathered sprigs of athalas, which grew wild near her cottage, and several other plants whose properties would help ward against mental intrusion. As he worked, he spoke to her of things she might remember, simple things from long ago, and was rewarded by occasional flickers of recognition in her clouded eyes. Next, he sought out the village's modest shrine, a small stone structure dedicated to the memory of the old kings. Here, he found candles still burning, tended by a young girl who seemed less affected than most. Her name was Lily, and she could not have been more than 10 years of age. When Gandalf asked why she maintained the shrine, she told him that her grandmother had always done so, and though she could no longer remember her grandmother's face, she felt it important to continue the tradition. The wizard knelt beside the child and spoke with her for some time, learning what he could of the affliction's pattern. Lily confirmed what he had begun to suspect. The very young and the very old seemed somewhat more resistant to the lawkeeper's power. The young, perhaps, because they had fewer memories to steal, and the old because their memories had already begun to fade naturally, making them harder for the creature to grasp. It was those in the prime of life, with rich tapestries of memory fully woven but not yet frayed by time, who suffered most severely. From Lily, Gandalf also learnt of others in the village who had retained more of themselves than most. There was a blacksmith named Bard, who still remembered his craft, though he could no longer recall his wife's name. There was a farmer called Thomas, who knew every field and furrow of his land, but had forgotten where that land lay or to whom it belonged. And there was a widow named Sarah, who remembered clearly the day her husband died, but nothing of the life they had shared before that moment. Gandalf spent the morning moving among these partial survivors, gathering what information he could and offering what small comfort his presence provided. He learned that the stranger who had visited before the forgetting began had been particularly interested in the old tower, asking questions about its history and what might lie beneath it. Several people remembered, or thought they remembered, seeing lights in the tower windows at night, though none had investigated, for the building had long been considered unsafe. As the sun climbed toward its zenith, Gandalf made his way to the blacksmith's forge. Bard was there, his hammer rising and falling with the steady rhythm of long practice, though the blade he worked on showed the wandering attention of a mind that could not quite focus. The wizard watched for a moment before speaking, then asked if the smith could make certain items for him. Iron bands inscribed with specific runes, fashioned according to patterns Gandalf drew in the ash-covered floor of the forge. Bard studied the patterns with furrowed brow, and something in them seemed to resonate with knowledge buried deep within him. "Yes," he said slowly. "Yes, I can make these. My grandfather taught me these runes. I remember his hands guiding mine as I first learned to shape them." The memory brought tears to his eyes, for it stood bright and clear in his mind while so much else remained shrouded in fog, a single star visible through heavy clouds. While Bard worked at the forge, Gandalf sat nearby and prepared the herbs he had gathered, grinding some to powder and steeping others in water drawn from the village well. He chanted softly as he worked, words in languages older than the kingdoms of men, words that carried power passed down through uncounted generations of those who stood against the darkness. The preparations would take time, but he dared not face the Lore-Keeper without them. As afternoon shadows began to lengthen, Bard completed his work. The iron bands glowed with a subtle radiance, the runes upon them seeming almost to move in the shifting light of the forge fire. Gandalf took them with words of thanks and fitted them about his staff, binding them in place with strips of cloth soaked in the herbal infusions he had prepared. The staff hummed with restrained power, responding to the combination of ancient magic and skilled craftsmanship. The wizard stood in the doorway of the forge, looking out toward the old tower that loomed against the northern sky. The time had come to confront the source of Arket's affliction, to face the Lore-Keeper in its lair and put an end to its dark feeding. But he knew the task before him would be perilous, for these creatures did not surrender their stolen memories easily, and in defending its hoard, the Lore-Keeper would prove most dangerous indeed. As twilight descended upon Arket, painting the world in shades of purple and grey, Gandalf made his way toward the old tower. He walked slowly, deliberately, his staff tapping against the cobblestones with each measured step. The rune-bound bands around his staff glowed with a soft silver light, growing brighter as he drew nearer to his destination, responding to the presence of dark magic that hung over the abandoned structure like a shroud. The streets grew emptier as he walked, for the few villagers still capable of moving about had retreated to their homes as night approached. Those he did encounter gave him wide berth, their confused eyes registering his presence without comprehension, as if he were merely another shadow among many. Only young Lily watched from a window as he passed, and when he glanced her way, she raised a hand in tentative farewell, a gesture that spoke of hope and faith beyond her years. The tower stood at the edge of the village where cultivated land gave way to wild country. In centuries past, it had commanded a view of the surrounding territory, allowing watchmen to spot approaching danger from leagues away. Now, vines climbed its weathered stones, and portions of its upper reaches had crumbled, leaving gaps like missing teeth in an ancient skull. Yet despite its apparent decrepitude, Gandalf could sense that something within remained very much alive and aware. As he approached the entrance, a doorway whose wooden door had long since rotted away, he paused and spoke words of protection, ancient syllables that created a shimmering barrier around himself. The air grew thick and heavy, pressing against him as if the tower itself sought to repel his intrusion. The sickly luminescence he had observed the previous night was stronger now, pulsing from within like a diseased heartbeat, and with it came a smell of decay and wrongness that made even the wizard's stomach clench. Gandalf crossed the threshold, and immediately the temperature dropped. His breath misted in the air before him, though the autumn evening outside had been mild. The interior of the tower was largely bare, its furnishings long since removed or rotted to dust. Debris littered the floor, fragments of stone and timber from the collapsed upper levels, and here and there he could see the marks where animals had made temporary dens before fleeing this cursed place. But it was not the physical decay that drew his attention. It was the walls themselves, for they were covered from floor to ceiling with writing, lines of script in dozens of languages, some familiar to Gandalf and others ancient beyond his considerable knowledge, crawled across every available surface. They glowed with that same sickly light, pulsing in rhythm with one another. And as the wizard's eyes adjusted to the dimness, he realized with horror what he was seeing. These were the stolen memories, inscribed upon the stones themselves. Here was a childhood, recorded in flowing Sindarin script. There, a wedding day, set down in the harsh, angular characters of the black speech. A mother's lullaby, a father's wisdom, a first love's kiss, all reduced to words upon a wall, torn from the minds that had held them dear and preserved here like specimens pinned in a collector's case. The sheer volume of it spoke to centuries of feeding, of countless lives drained of meaning and left hollow. Gandalf moved deeper into the tower, his staff raised before him, its light pushing back the shadows that seemed to reach for him with grasping fingers. The writing grew denser as he progressed, layering upon itself until it became difficult to distinguish one memory from another. He could hear whispers now, faint echoes of voices speaking words that had once held significance, but were now merely repetitions, endlessly cycling through the air like autumn leaves caught in an eddy. A stairway led downward, descending into depths that should not have existed beneath the tower's foundation. The steps were worn smooth by countless passages, and the walls of the descending passage were bare stone, unmarked by the memory script above. Gandalf paused at the top of this stair, gathering his strength and reinforcing the protections he had woven about himself. Whatever lay below would be the heart of the Lorekeeper's power, the place where it kept its most precious acquisitions, and where it would be most dangerous. He descended slowly, counting each step, noting the way the air grew colder still and the pressure against his protections increased. 50 steps down, then 100, then more, until he knew he must be far beneath the earth, in chambers carved by purposes older than the tower above. The whispers grew louder, forming words he could almost understand, trying to insinuate themselves into his thoughts, seeking purchase in his own vast store of memories. But Gandalf's will was iron, forged through ages of struggle against the darkness, and he thrust the whispers aside with words of power that made the very stones tremble. The Lorekeeper would find no easy prey in him, would discover too late that it had drawn the attention of one who had walked in the light of Valinor and would not be so easily overcome. At last, the stairs ended in a vast chamber hewn from living rock. The ceiling soared high above, lost in shadow, and the space stretched away in all directions, its full extent impossible to gauge in the dim light. But what dominated the chamber, what drew the eye and held it captive, was the structure that occupied its center. It appeared to be a great web, but instead of silk, it was woven from threads of pure light, each strand shimmering with its own color and intensity. The threads connected to thousands upon thousands of crystalline vessels that hung suspended throughout the chamber, each one glowing with inner radiance. And within each vessel, Gandalf could see swirling mists of color and shadow, the stolen memories themselves, preserved in their purest form. This was the Lorekeeper's hoard, the accumulation of centuries spent feeding upon the people of these lands. Here were stored not just the recent takings from Arket, but memories stolen from villages and towns across Eriador, going back to the days before Arna fell. Each vessel represented a life diminished, a soul left incomplete, a story interrupted and held captive. And there, at the very heart of the web, suspended among its glowing strands like a spider waiting for prey, hung the Lorekeeper itself. It was difficult to look upon directly, for it seemed to shift and change even as Gandalf watched, never quite settling into one form. Sometimes it appeared almost human, a wizened figure cloaked in grey. Other times it was something insectoid, with too many limbs and eyes that gleamed with cold intelligence. And in between these forms, it was simply shadow, darker than the surrounding darkness, a void that seemed to drink in light and warmth and life itself. The creature stirred as it became aware of Gandalf's presence. Its many eyes, or the places where eyes might have been, fixed upon him with an intensity that would have frozen a lesser being in place. When it spoke, its voice was like the rustling of dried leaves, like the whisper of wind through a forgotten tomb, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Welcome," it said, and there was something almost like pleasure in that dead voice. "Welcome, Mithrandir, Grey Wanderer, Stormcrow. I have waited long for one such as you to visit my collection. Your memories, wizard, would be a prize beyond measure." 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge and experience, stored and preserved for all eternity. What an addition you would make to my hoard. Gandalf stood firm, his staff blazing brighter in response to the creature's malevolence. He spoke, and his voice rang out clear and strong, carrying power that made the crystal vessels chime like bells. "I am not here to add to your collection, servant of darkness," he declared. "I have come to demand the return of what you have stolen, to free those whose lives you have diminished, and to see you driven from this place forever." The Lorekeeper laughed, a sound like breaking glass, like bones snapping, like the last breath of dying hope. "Return them?" it asked, and its tone was mocking. "You do not understand, wizard. These memories are mine now, more truly than they ever belonged to those from whom I took them. They are preserved here, perfect and unchanging, while the minds that birthed them decay and fade. I have saved them from the ravages of time, given them immortality of a sort. You should thank me for my service." Gandalf's eyes blazed with righteous anger. "You speak of service," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "But you serve only yourself and the darkness that spawned you. Memories are not meant to be hoarded like gold. They are living things, meant to change and grow with those who hold them. You have not preserved these lives. You have ended them, stealing away the very essence of what makes them whole." The Lorekeeper's form rippled with what might have been amusement or rage, the distinction impossible to determine in its ever-shifting nature. The creature moved along its web of light with fluid grace, each movement sending ripples through the countless strands that connected it to the stolen memories suspended throughout the chamber. The crystalline vessels chimed and sang as the vibrations passed through them, creating a discordant melody that set Gandalf's teeth on edge. Bold words from one who himself has lived through ages unnumbered. The creature hissed, its voice taking on multiple tones, as if many beings spoke through it at once. "Do you not hoard your own memories, wizard? Do you not carry within yourself the accumulated knowledge of millennia? How are you different from me, save that your collection dwells within your mind, rather than without?" "There is all the difference in the world," Gandalf replied firmly. "My memories are mine by right, earned through life lived and experience gained. They change me, and I change them. Each memory coloured by all that came before and all that follows after. What you have taken is not yours to keep. These are not preservations, but prisoners, torn from their rightful homes and locked away in your greed." The wizard raised his staff, and the silver light intensified, flooding the chamber with radiance that made the shadows recoil. The runes upon the iron bands began to glow with their own inner fire, ancient words of binding and breaking that had been old when the mountains were young. He spoke a word of command, a single syllable that carried the weight of authority granted him by the Valar themselves, and the web of light shuddered. The Lorekeeper shrieked, a sound that was not truly sound but rather a psychic assault that hammered against Gandalf's mind like a battering ram. The creature struck out with its web, sending tendrils of light lashing toward the wizard, seeking to ensnare him as it had ensnared so many others. Each tendril carried with it the weight of stolen memories, thousands of lives reduced to weapons, and where they touched, they sought to drain, to empty, to add to the collection. But Gandalf was ready. He spun his staff in a complex pattern, and where its light touched the attacking tendrils, they recoiled as if burned. The protections he had woven about himself, the herbs and runes and ancient words, formed a barrier that the Lorekeeper's magic could not easily penetrate. Yet the wizard knew he could not maintain such a defense indefinitely. The creature had fed for centuries, grown strong on the essence of countless souls, and its power in this place, at the heart of its hoard, was formidable indeed. The battle that followed was unlike any that might be witnessed by mortal eyes, for it was fought not with sword and spear, but with will and word, with light against shadow and ancient power against ancient malice. Gandalf moved through the chamber like a flame in darkness, his staff blazing as he struck at the web, seeking to sever the connections between the Lorekeeper and its stolen hoard. Each blow sent shockwaves through the structure, causing the crystalline vessels to ring out in protest, their contents swirling with increased agitation. The Lorekeeper fought with desperate cunning, for it sensed in this grey-clad intruder a threat unlike any it had faced in long ages. It sent not just physical attacks, but mental ones as well, probing at Gandalf's defenses, seeking any weakness, any crack through which it might slip. It showed him visions drawn from the stolen memories, moments of joy and sorrow, love and loss, trying to distract him, to make him falter, to create an opening for its draining touch. Gandalf saw a young woman holding her firstborn child, wonder and exhaustion mingling on her face. He saw an old man sitting by a fire, surrounded by grandchildren listening to his tales. He saw a warrior standing over a fallen friend, grief turning to determination. He saw 100, 1,000 such moments, each one beautiful and terrible in its intimacy, each one stolen and imprisoned here in this underground vault. The visions only strengthened his resolve. These memories belonged to the people from whom they had been taken, not locked away in crystal prisons, but living and breathing and changing with each day that passed. He redoubled his efforts, speaking words that had not been spoken openly since the elder days, words that carried the music of creation itself, that reminded all things of their true nature and purpose. The web began to fracture. Strands of light snapped and recoiled, their ends whipping through the air like severed ropes. The lawkeeper shrieked again, its form becoming more solid as it poured all its remaining strength into defending its hoard. For the first time, Gandalf could see it clearly, and the sight was not one to inspire comfort. It was ancient and terrible, a thing that should not exist, that had been twisted from whatever it once was into something monstrous by long centuries of feeding on the essence of others. "You cannot destroy me," the creature howled, and now there was desperation in its voice beneath the rage. "I am eternal. I am the repository of ages. Without me, all these memories will be lost forever. They will scatter and fade, and the lives they represent will be truly ended. I am their only chance at immortality." Gandalf paused in his assault, not from doubt, but to deliver his answer with full weight. "You are not eternal," he said, and his voice was filled with a sorrow that came from having witnessed too many such beings clinging to existence through dark means. "You are a remnant, a survivor of a war long lost, and the immortality you offer is no immortality at all. It is death, dressed in pretty words. These memories belong with those who made them, or if their makers are gone beyond recall, then they should be released to fade, as nature intended, not held captive in your web." He struck then with all his considerable power, bringing his staff down upon the heart of the web where the lawkeeper clung. The impact sent a wave of pure white light radiating outward, a light that carried within it the essence of hope and freedom, of life lived rather than life hoarded. The web shattered like glass struck by a hammer, and the crystalline vessels suddenly released from the structure that had held them suspended began to fall. But they did not crash to the ground and shatter. Instead, as they fell, they began to glow brighter, the stolen memories within them awakening, remembering their true homes, seeking to return to the minds from which they had been severed. The chamber filled with a sound like distant singing, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, like the laughter of children at play. The memories were free. The lawkeeper screamed one final time, a sound of pure anguish and fury, as it felt its hoard escaping. It lunged at Gandalf with all its remaining strength, seeking to drag the wizard down with it into oblivion. But Gandalf stood firm, his staff planted before him like a banner, and the creature's attack broke against his will like waves against a seawall. The wizard spoke one last word, a word of unmaking, and the lawkeeper, denied its stolen sustenance, denied the memories that had kept it alive long past its natural span, began to crumble. It fell apart like ash in the wind, like frost before the morning sun, and in moments there was nothing left of it but a faint smell of decay that was quickly swept away by the rush of escaping memories. The crystalline vessels dissolved as the memories within them streamed upward, passing through stone and earth, as if they were no more substantial than mist. They flowed out of the chamber, up through the tower, and dispersed across Arquette and beyond, seeking the minds to which they belonged, ready to return what had been stolen, to restore what had been diminished. Gandalf leaned heavily upon his staff, suddenly aware of his exhaustion. The battle had taken more out of him than he cared to admit, and he knew he would need rest before continuing his journey. But first, he had to ensure that the memories found their way home, that the work begun here was completed properly. He made his way back up the stairs, which no longer seemed quite so long or quite so cold now that the presence of the lawkeeper had been banished. The tower above was already changing, the sickly luminescence fading from the walls, the memory script beginning to blur and fade as if it had never been. By morning, Gandalf knew there would be no trace of what had dwelt here, save in the restored memories of those who had suffered its predation. Dawn broke over Arquette with a clarity and beauty that seemed almost miraculous after the darkness that had shadowed the village for so long. The sun rose in glory, painting the eastern sky in shades of crimson and gold, and with its light came the first stirrings of restoration. Gandalf stood at the entrance to the old tower, watching as the streams of liberated memories flowed through the village like invisible currents, seeking their homes, finding the minds from which they had been torn. The wizard could see the effects beginning even from where he stood. Doors opened and people emerged, their faces no longer blank with confusion, but bright with recognition and wonder. He heard voices calling out names, real names remembered clearly, and the sound of weeping that came not from sorrow, but from joy. A man stumbled from his house and fell to his knees in the street, tears streaming down his face as 30 years of life rushed back into his consciousness all at once. A woman stood frozen in her doorway, one hand pressed to her heart, her lips forming words of a lullaby she had sung to children she could suddenly recall with perfect clarity. Gandalf made his way slowly through the awakening village, his staff still clutched in his weary hand, observing the miracle of restoration with satisfaction tempered by the knowledge of what had been endured. For while the memories had returned, the trauma of their absence would not be so easily forgotten. These people had lived through days or weeks of not knowing who they were, of looking at loved ones and seeing strangers, of reaching for knowledge and finding only emptiness. Such experiences left marks upon the soul that even the return of what was lost could not entirely erase. He came first to the inn, where Mara stood in her doorway with both hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief and gratitude. When she saw Gandalf approaching, she ran to him with surprising speed for one of her years, and grasped his hands tightly. She spoke his name, his true name, spoken with the respect and wonder it deserved, and told him that she remembered now, remembered everything, not just her recent life, but all the years stretching back to childhood, clear and vivid, as if no shadow had ever touched them. The recipes she had forgotten came flooding back, she said, and the faces of her parents, long dead, and the songs her grandmother had taught her by the fire on winter nights. She remembered her husband, gone these 20 years, and the sound of his laughter, and the way he had held her hand during the birth of their children. She remembered those children grown and moved away to other lands, and the letters they had written, and the grandchildren she had never met but had seen in carefully drawn sketches. All of it had returned, a lifetime restored in the space of a sunrise. Gandalf listened patiently as she poured out her gratitude, accepting her thanks with quiet grace, though he knew that in truth he had done only what needed to be done, what anyone with the power and knowledge would have attempted. When she finally released his hands and hurried back into her inn to begin preparing breakfast with recipes, she could suddenly recall in perfect detail. He continued on through the village. Everywhere he looked, he saw similar scenes of restoration and reunion. The village elder sat once more upon his bench, but now his eyes were clear and sharp, and he called out greetings to those who passed, addressing them by name and asking after family members with the familiarity of long acquaintance. The healer Elsa moved through her garden with purpose now, selecting herbs with practiced hands while speaking their names aloud, as if to reassure herself that the knowledge had truly returned. Her weathered face was wet with tears, but she smiled as she worked, and Gandalf heard her whispering thanks to powers she had thought had abandoned her. The blacksmith bard stood at his forge, and when he saw Gandalf, he raised the hammer he held in salute. His eyes shone with understanding now, and he called out that he remembered teaching his son to forge his first blade, remembered the pride he had felt when the boy had produced work worthy of the family name. He remembered his wife's face, her smile, the way she had looked at him on their wedding day. He remembered, and in remembering, he was made whole again. But it was young Lily who moved Gandalf most deeply. The child ran to him through the morning streets and threw her arms around him, pressing her face against his grey robes. She said nothing at first, only held on tightly, and when at last she looked up at him, her eyes were filled with a complex mixture of emotions that no child should have to feel. She told him that she remembered her grandmother now, remembered her fully and completely, and the memory was wonderful, but also painful, for it made the loss of her all the more acute. The forgetting had dulled the grief, but now it returned fresh and sharp as broken glass. Gandalf knelt down so that his eyes were level with hers, and he spoke to her with great gentleness. He told her that grief was the price of love, that to feel sorrow at loss was proof of the joy that had come before. He said that her grandmother lived on in her memories, in the lessons taught and the love shared, and that these things could never truly be stolen or destroyed, only temporarily hidden. The Lore-Keeper had tried to take them away forever, but it had failed, and now they belonged to Lily again, hers to keep and cherish for all her days. The child listened gravely, then nodded and wiped her eyes. She asked if the bad thing was truly gone, if it could ever come back to steal their memories again. Gandalf assured her that the Lore-Keeper had been destroyed utterly, unmade by powers that could not be undone, and that its kind were rare even in the ancient days, and rarer still in this age of the world. She need not fear its return, nor should any in Arket worry about falling again into that terrible forgetting. As the morning progressed, more and more of the villagers sought out Gandalf to offer their thanks. Some brought him food, pressing upon him the finest products of their kitchens and gardens. Others offered him gifts of greater value, family heirlooms and precious items. But these he gently refused, saying that the restoration of their memories was reward enough for any labour. He did accept a warm cloak that Mara brought him, for his own was worn and travel-stained, and he took a pouch of pipeweed from an old farmer who insisted that it was the least he could do for the wizard who had given him back his life. Yet not all was celebration and joy. As the day wore on, some of the returned memories brought pain as well as pleasure. The widow Sarah remembered now not just the day her husband died, but all the years they had shared before, and the weight of that loss, fully felt once more, drove her to her knees. Others discovered that some memories, once recalled, were difficult to bear. Old feuds and ancient hurts that had been forgotten in the general emptiness now returned in full force, and Gandalf found himself called upon to mediate disputes and offer counsel on matters of forgiveness and reconciliation. There was also the disturbing discovery that a few memories had not returned. The Lore-Keeper's hoard had stretched back centuries, and some of the stolen memories had belonged to people long dead, whose minds no longer existed to reclaim what had been taken. These lost fragments dispersed harmlessly into the world, joining the general stream of time and chance, but their absence raised troubling questions. How many lives had been diminished over the years? How many had died without ever knowing what had been stolen from them? The villagers of Arket were fortunate that the creature had been discovered and destroyed before too much time had passed, before death claimed them while they still walked in the fog of forgetting. Gandalf spent much of the afternoon in council with the village elder and other leading citizens, discussing what should be done with the old tower. Some argued that it should be torn down completely, every stone scattered, so that no trace remained of the evil that had dwelt there. Others suggested that it should be sealed and marked with warnings, preserved as a reminder of what had been endured and overcome. In the end, the wizard suggested a middle path. The underground chambers should be collapsed and filled, ensuring that nothing could take up residence in them again, but the tower above might be restored and rededicated, transformed from a place of darkness into a memorial to resilience and recovery. The village elder agreed to this plan, and arrangements were made to begin the work as soon as could be managed. The task would take time and require the cooperation of all Arket's people, but there was enthusiasm for the project, a desire to turn their suffering into something meaningful, to ensure that future generations would know what had happened here and remember the importance of vigilance against such threats. As afternoon shadows lengthened and the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Gandalf prepared to depart. His work here was done, and there were other roads to travel, other places where his presence might be needed. The shadows still grew in the world, and he could not tarry long in any one place, no matter how much the people might wish him to stay. The people of Arket gathered to see Gandalf off, assembling in the village square as the evening star appeared in the darkening sky. They came bearing gifts, despite his protestations, small tokens of gratitude that they insisted he accept. Mara brought bread still warm from her oven, baked with the skill she had reclaimed. Bard presented a dagger of fine craftsmanship, its blade inscribed with protective runes. Young Lily offered a drawing she had made, showing the wizard standing before the tower with his staff blazing with light, and this gift Gandalf accepted with particular care, folding it gently and placing it within his robes. The village elder spoke on behalf of all assembled, his voice strong and clear with recovered memory. He thanked the wizard not just for what he had done, but for what he had risked in doing it, for they understood now, having had time to reflect, that facing such a creature alone had required courage and power beyond mortal reckoning. He declared that Gandalf's name would be spoken with reverence in Archit for all the years to come, and that the tale of the Laura Keeper's defeat would be passed down through generations as a reminder that even the deepest darkness could be overcome. Gandalf listened to these words with characteristic humility, leaning upon his staff, his grey robe stirring in the evening breeze. When the elder had finished speaking, the wizard replied in a voice that carried to all gathered. He told them that the true victory was not his alone, but belonged to all who had endured the forgetting, to those who had maintained hope even in the depths of confusion, to little Lily who had kept the shrine fires burning when she could no longer remember why, to Bard whose hands had remembered their craft even as his mind forgot, to Mara who had continued to care for others even when she could not recall their names. He reminded them that memory was precious precisely because it could be lost, that the stories they carried within themselves were treasures beyond price, more valuable than any gold or jewels. He urged them to speak often with one another, to share their tales and histories, to write down what they remembered for those who would come after. For in the sharing of memory, in the weaving together of individual stories into the greater tapestry of community, there lay protection against the forgetting that threatened all peoples in these darkening days. As the first stars began to appear in earnest, scattered across the deepening blue like diamonds on velvet, Gandalf bid them farewell. He shouldered his pack, took up his staff, and turned toward the road that led south. The villagers watched until he passed beyond the last houses and was lost to sight in the gathering dusk, a grey figure fading into grey shadows, and many of them felt a curious mixture of gratitude and sorrow at his departure. But Gandalf did not travel far that first night. When he had put sufficient distance between himself and Archit, he left the road and made camp in a small grove of birch trees beside a stream. The water sang over stones, the sound of peace and continuity, and the wizard sat by his small fire, smoking his pipe and considering all that had transpired. The battle with the Laura Keeper had taken more from him than he had shown to the villagers, and he needed rest before continuing his journey. As he sat in contemplation, his thoughts turned to the wider patterns he had observed in recent months. The Laura Keeper had been but one symptom of a larger problem, one thread in a tapestry of growing darkness. Creatures and powers that should have remained dormant were stirring across Eriador and beyond. Old evils thought destroyed were proving to have deeper roots than anyone had suspected, and always, he sensed the shadow of a greater malice behind these lesser threats, a coordinating intelligence that sought to weaken the free peoples through 1,000 small cuts rather than one great blow. His musings were interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching through the darkness. Gandalf's hand moved to his staff, though he did not rise from his seat by the fire. The footsteps were measured and deliberate, not attempting stealth, and presently a figure emerged from the shadows into the circle of firelight. It was a man, tall and weathered, dressed in the practical garb of a ranger. His face was shadowed by a deep hood, but Gandalf could see the gleam of keen eyes studying him from beneath. The stranger carried a bow and a sword, both well maintained, and he moved with the practiced ease of one accustomed to long journeys through wild country. "Well met, Mithrandir," the stranger said, his voice low and respectful. "May I share your fire? The night grows cold, and friendly faces are rare in these troubled times." Gandalf gestured to a spot across the fire. "You are welcome, Ranger of the North, though I wonder what brings you to this particular grove on this particular night. The roads are long, and the places to camp many, yet you have found your way to mine." The ranger settled himself with his back against a birch tree, declining the wizard's unspoken offer to share his meager provisions. For a time, he said nothing, simply staring into the flames as if reading portents there. When at last he spoke, his words came slowly, weighted with concern. "I am called Halbarad," he said, "and I have been tracking something through these lands for many days. A darkness that moves like mist, leaving no trail that ordinary eyes can follow. Yet I can sense its passage nonetheless. It began somewhere to the north, I believe, and has been moving steadily southward. 3 nights past, I tracked it to Archit, but there the trail ended. The darkness dispersed as if it had never been, and I found only a village awakening from some terrible dream. Gandalf nodded slowly, understanding now why the ranger had sought him out. You tracked the effects of the Laura Keeper's defeat, he said. When the creature was destroyed, the stolen memories it held were released all at once, creating ripples that one sensitive to such things might perceive as a great outpouring of psychic energy. What you sensed was not darkness departing, but light returning. Halbarad leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. Then, the evil that plagued Archet has been dealt with? The people spoke of a grey wizard who came in their hour of need, but I thought perhaps it was merely hope speaking, not truth. The evil is destroyed, Gandalf confirmed, though the scars it left will take time to heal. But tell me, Ranger, you said you tracked this darkness from the north. Where precisely did you first sense it? Halbarad's face grew grave. In the lands near the old ruins of Fornost, he said. There has been much activity in that region of late, though what draws such attention to a long-dead city I cannot say. I have seen orcs moving in small bands, always travelling at night, always heading toward those ruins. And there are other things as well. Creatures I cannot name, that shun the light and leave signs of corruption wherever they pass. The wizard's expression darkened. Fornost, he murmured, as if the name itself carried weight. Yes, I have heard similar reports from other sources. The ancient seat of Arna grows troubled once more. It seems that the enemy seeks to stir up old ghosts, to draw power from places where great kingdoms fell. He fell silent, drawing on his pipe, the smoke rising in lazy spirals to disappear into the night sky above. The fire crackled and popped, sending up occasional sparks that died before reaching the branches overhead. In the distance, an owl called, and another answered from farther off, their voices carrying across the darkness. Halbarad waited patiently, understanding that the wizard's silence was the prelude to decision rather than dismissal. At last, Gandalf stirred and fixed the ranger with a penetrating gaze. "How many of your kinsmen are in this region?" he asked. "How many of the Dunedain watch these northern lands?" "We are few," Halbarad admitted, a shadow crossing his face. "Perhaps a score within a week's travel, scattered wide to cover as much ground as possible. The times grow dark, and we are stretched thin trying to watch all the places that need watching." Gandalf nodded, having expected no other answer. The Rangers of the North, remnants of Arna's glory, did what they could to protect the lands their ancestors had once ruled, but they were too few for the task, maintaining vigilance through dedication and sacrifice that few others would understand or appreciate. "Then we must use what resources we have wisely," Gandalf said. "I would ask you to carry word to your brothers in the wild. Tell them to watch Fornost closely, but from a distance. Do not venture into the ruins themselves, for I sense a trap being laid, bait set to lure the unwary. Something seeks to draw attention to that place, and I would know why before committing strength against it." "And what will you do, Mithrandir?" Halbrand asked. "Will you go to Fornost yourself?" The wizard shook his head. "Not yet. There are other matters that require attention first, threads that must be followed before the pattern becomes clear. But I will come to those ruins in time, and when I do, I would have eyes there to tell me what has transpired in my absence." Halbarad inclined his head in acceptance. "It shall be as you say. The Dunedain will watch and wait, and we will send word if anything changes. Where will you be, should we need to reach you?" "That," Gandalf replied with something approaching a smile, "is a question I cannot fully answer, for my path is not always clear even to me until I am walking upon it. But messages sent to Rivendell or to Bree will find me eventually, and in matters of great urgency, the birds can be persuaded to seek me out." The two sat together in companionable silence for a time longer, each lost in his own thoughts. As the night deepened and the fire burned low, Halbarad finally rose to take his leave. He thanked Gandalf for his counsel, and disappeared into the darkness as silently as he had come, a shadow among shadows. The wizard remained by the dying fire, watching the embers glow and fade, his mind turning over the ranger's words like a scholar examining an ancient text for hidden meanings. Fornost, the name echoed in his thoughts with the weight of history. Once it had been Fornost Irain, the Norbury of the Kings, mightiest city of Arthedain and last stronghold of the Northern Kingdom. Its towers had risen proud against the sky. Its walls had sheltered thousands, and its halls had rung with the laughter of children and the songs of the Dunedain in their strength. But that glory had ended in fire and blood when the Witch King of Angmar led his armies against it in the final terrible war that broke the North Kingdom forever. Now the city lay in ruins, haunted by memories and darker things, avoided by all sensible folk. Yet Gandalf knew that ruins held power of their own kind, particularly ruins where great deeds had been done and terrible prices paid. The stones themselves remembered, and those with knowledge of the right arts could sometimes draw upon such memories, twisting them to serve purposes never intended by those who had built and fought and died there. The wizard rose at last and kicked earth over the remnants of his fire, watching the last glowing coals disappear beneath dirt and ash. He would not sleep this night, for his rest after the battle with the Lore-Keeper had restored him sufficiently, and there were too many thoughts demanding attention to permit the luxury of slumber. Instead, he would walk, as he so often did when contemplating matters of weight and consequence. He set off through the grove, his staff providing subtle illumination, just enough to guide his steps without announcing his presence to any who might be watching. The night was alive with small sounds, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant call of a fox, the whisper of the stream over stones. These were good sounds, natural sounds, the music of a world still untouched by malice despite all the shadow's efforts to corrupt it. His path led him eastward, following old ways that few remembered. These had been roads once, in the days when Arna flourished, connecting farmsteads and villages and towns in a web of commerce and kinship. Now they were barely visible, overgrown and forgotten, but Gandalf's feet found them by memory and instinct. He had walked them before many times, in ages past when the North Kingdom still stood and he had been known by other names. As he walked, he considered the pattern that was emerging. The Lore-Keeper had not acted alone, of that he was now certain. Such creatures required time and stability to establish their lairs, to weave their webs of stolen memory. Something or someone had protected it, had ensured it remained undisturbed long enough to gather its hoard. And the timing of its discovery, coming as it did alongside reports of increased activity near Fornost, suggested coordination rather than coincidence. The enemy was moving pieces on the board, testing defenses, seeking weaknesses. The Lore-Keeper might have been meant as a distraction, drawing attention and resources while something more significant took place elsewhere. Or perhaps it had been a probe, sent to gauge the response of those who still watched and guarded the remnants of Arna's domain. Either way, its defeat would not go unnoticed by whatever intelligence directed these efforts. Dawn found Gandalf standing on a hilltop overlooking a broad valley. Morning mist clung to the lowlands, transforming them into a sea of white beneath a sky painted in delicate shades of pink and gold. In the distance, he could see the dark line of the Great East Road, that ancient highway that connected the Shire to Rivendell and beyond. Traffic moved along it, even at this early hour. Tiny figures barely visible at such distance. Honest folk going about their business, unaware of the shadows that gathered at the edges of their world. The wizard descended from his vantage point and made his way toward the road. He would walk among the common folk for a time, listening to their talk, observing their concerns. Often the first signs of coming trouble appeared not in the reports of rangers or the visions of the wise, but in the everyday experiences of ordinary people. A merchant who had encountered something strange on his travels, a farmer whose livestock behaved oddly, a mother whose children reported seeing things that should not be there. These small details, when gathered and considered together, could reveal much. By mid-morning, he had reached a small wayside inn called the Prancing Pony, not the famous establishment in Bree that bore the same name, but one of several scattered along the East Road that honoured the original by copying its sign and trying to match its hospitality. This one was a modest affair, a single large room with a few smaller chambers above for travellers who could afford private lodging, and a stable yard where beasts could be tended and wagons mended. The common room was already filling with the lunch crowd when Gandalf entered. Travellers paused in their meals to look at him, for even in lands where wizards were not unknown, the sight of one was still worthy of note. But he had been at pains to appear less formidable than usual, his hat pulled low, his staff seeming more support for age than weapon of power. And after the initial curiosity, most returned to their food and conversations. The wizard found a corner table where he could observe without being obtrusive, and ordered a simple meal. The innkeeper, a stout woman with shrewd eyes, brought him bread and cheese and ale, and lingered just long enough to make it clear that she had recognized what he was and would welcome any gossip or news he might share. Gandalf smiled and assured her he would speak with her before departing, and this seemed to satisfy her. As he ate slowly, savouring the honest fare, he listened to the conversations flowing around him. Merchants discussed prices and routes, debating which roads were safest and which markets offered the best returns. Farmers talked of crops and weather, comparing notes on plantings and yields. A group of tinkers shared news from the villages they had recently visited, speaking of births and deaths and marriages with the casual intimacy of those who made their living by carrying information along with their wares. But beneath these ordinary topics, Gandalf detected an undercurrent of unease. A merchant mentioned that he had been forced to detour around a section of road because his horses had refused to proceed, shying and rolling their eyes at something only they could sense. A farmer spoke of finding his sheep huddled together in terror, though no predator tracks could be found nearby. One of the tinkers described a village where no one would speak above a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard by unseen listeners. These were small things, easily dismissed individually as coincidence or imagination, but Gandalf had learned through long experience that such dismissals were dangerous. The shadow rarely announced itself with trumpets and banners. It crept in quietly, sowing fear and doubt, corrupting slowly until by the time its presence became undeniable, its roots had already grown deep and strong. He finished his meal and made his way to the bar, where the innkeeper was directing her staff with practiced efficiency. When she saw him approach, she wiped her hands on her apron and leaned close, speaking in a voice meant only for his ears. "Begging your pardon, Master Wizard," she said, "but if you're asking about strange doings, there's something you should know. My nephew, he's a drover, takes cattle to market in Bree regular-like. 3 days back he came through here pale as milk and shaking. Said he'd seen lights in the ruins north of here, lights that moved with purpose and intelligence. He tried to get closer for a better look, but his dog wouldn't go near, just whined and pulled at its leash until he gave up and went around." Gandalf's expression grew grave. "Which ruins?" he asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "The old watchpost at the crossroads," she replied. "The one that was built in the old days when the kings still ruled. Nobody goes there anymore, hasn't been for years. The stones are cursed, they say, though I don't hold with such talk usually. But my nephew, he's not one for fancies, and he was truly frightened." The wizard thanked her for the information and pressed a silver coin into her hand, more than enough to pay for his meal and the intelligence, both. She tried to refuse it, saying the news should be freely shared with one who stood against the darkness, but he insisted, telling her that those who helped in the fight deserved to be compensated for their service. He left the inn and stood for a moment in the yard, considering his options. The watchpost the innkeeper had mentioned lay perhaps half a day's journey to the north, on one of the old roads that led toward Fornost. If something was indeed stirring there, if lights burned where only darkness should reign, then it warranted investigation. Yet he was mindful of his own warning to Halberard about traps and bait set for the unwary. Still, there was a difference between caution and paralysis. The enemy thrived when good folk did nothing, when fear of danger prevented necessary action, and Gandalf had not survived the long ages by being reckless, but neither had he done so by avoiding every risk. Some things had to be faced, some mysteries had to be unraveled, regardless of the peril involved. He set his face northward and began to walk, leaving the Great East Road behind and following smaller paths that wound through increasingly wild country. The land here showed the marks of Arna's fall more clearly than places farther south. Crumbling foundations poked through the earth where homes had once stood. Ancient orchards grew wild and tangled, their fruit small and bitter. Fields that should have been fertile lay choked with thorns and thistles, as if the very earth mourned what had been lost. As afternoon wore on toward evening, the sky grew overcast, heavy clouds rolling in from the north. The air became thick and oppressive, carrying with it the scent of approaching rain. Thunder rumbled in the distance, low and ominous, and the wind that had been gentle earlier now gusted with increasing strength, making the trees groan and sway. Gandalf pulled his cloak tighter about himself and pressed on. He recognized this weather for what it was. Not natural storm, but sorcery, an attempt to discourage investigation, to turn back any who might approach whatever transpired at the old watchpost. The knowledge only strengthened his resolve. Something worth protecting was worth discovering, and the effort being expended to hide it suggested significance. The first drops of rain began to fall as he crested a rise and saw his destination before him. The watchpost had been built on a low hill at the intersection of two ancient roads, positioned to give its garrison clear views in all directions. Once it had been a formidable structure, stone walls rising 2 stories high, with a tower that added another story beyond that. Now, much of it had collapsed, leaving only portions of the outer wall standing and perhaps half the tower intact. Yet even in ruin, it retained a certain dignity, a reminder of what had been. But it was not the ruins themselves that arrested Gandalf's attention. It was the light, just as the innkeeper's nephew had described. A pale green luminescence emanated from within the broken walls, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. It was not firelight, nor was it the clean radiance of elvish lamps or the warm glow of dwarven lanterns. This was corpse light, witch fire, the illumination of things that belonged in graves and had been called forth against nature. The wizard descended the rise carefully, his staff held ready, all his senses alert for danger. The rain intensified, quickly becoming a downpour that reduced visibility to mere yards and turned the ground beneath his feet to mud. Lightning split the sky, revealing the ruins in stark relief before plunging them back into darkness. The thunder that followed seemed to shake the very bones of the earth. As he drew nearer, Gandalf began to perceive voices, chanting in unison. The words were in the Black Speech, that foul tongue devised by the enemy to corrupt and command. He could not make out the specific phrases through the storm's noise, but the rhythm and tone were unmistakable. This was ritual magic, a working of considerable power being conducted by multiple participants. He reached the perimeter of the ruins and pressed himself against what remained of the outer wall, peering cautiously around its edge. The interior courtyard, partially sheltered by the surviving portions of the structure, was occupied by perhaps a dozen figures clad in black robes. They stood in a circle around a focal point that Gandalf could not quite see from his current position, their arms raised, their voices rising and falling in synchronized cadence. At the center of their circle, suspended in midair by no visible means, hung a great crystal, clear as water but shot through with veins of corruption that writhed and twisted like living things. The green light emanated from this crystal, growing brighter and dimmer in time with the chanting. Gandalf recognized it immediately for what it was. A palantir, one of the seeing stones that had been gifted to the Númenóreans in ancient days. His heart grew heavy at the sight. The palantiri were treasures beyond price, each one a link to others of its kind, allowing communication across vast distances. But they could also be perverted, turned to dark purposes by those with the knowledge and will to do so. What he witnessed here was such a perversion, an attempt to corrupt the seeing stone completely, to transform it from a tool of communication into a weapon of domination. The figures in the circle were not orcs, Gandalf realized as lightning flashed again, giving him a clearer view. They were men, or had been once. Now they bore the marks of long service to darkness, their faces gaunt and pale, their eyes gleaming with fanatic devotion. These were the servants of the enemy, who had survived the fall of Angmar and continued their master's work in secret, waiting through the long years for an opportunity to strike. And they had chosen their moment well. With attention focused on other threats, with the ranges of the north spread thin, they had gathered here to complete a working that would give them eyes throughout Eriador. Once the Palantir was fully corrupted, they would be able to see into the hearts and minds of any they chose to observe, drawing out secrets and sowing discord, all while remaining hidden in their ruined fortress. Gandalf knew he could not allow this working to be completed. Yet he also knew that interrupting such a ritual at its peak was dangerous. The energies being manipulated were vast and unstable, contained only by the precise coordination of the chanters. If that coordination was disrupted suddenly, those energies might be released in an uncontrolled burst that could level what remained of the watchpost and everything for a considerable distance around it. Still, there was no choice. He had to act, and act now, before the corruption of the Palantir became irreversible. He stepped out from behind the wall and into the open courtyard, his staff blazing suddenly with white light that cut through the rain and darkness like a sword through shadow. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The chanting faltered as the robed figures turned toward him. Their concentration broken, the crystal began to spin wildly, its light flickering as the energies that had been so carefully channeled suddenly found themselves without direction. The lead ritualist, distinguishable by the more elaborate symbols on his robes, raised a hand toward Gandalf, his face contorted with rage and fear. "You meddle in matters beyond your understanding, old fool," the man snarled, his voice carrying despite the storm. "This working has been prepared for decades, refined through countless trials. You cannot stop it now, even if you wish to. The Palantir will be ours, and through it we shall see all that transpires in these northern lands." Gandalf's response was to strike his staff against the ground with a report like thunder. The courtyard was suddenly filled with blinding light, pure and terrible. Light that had not been seen in Middle-earth since the Elder Days when the two trees yet grew in Valinor. The robed figures cried out in pain and terror, throwing up their hands to shield their eyes, their ritual abandoned in the face of power they could not hope to match. But the crystal was already destabilized, its corruption half complete, and the sudden cessation of the controlling chants caused the energies within it to surge chaotically. Cracks appeared on its surface, running like lightning through glass, and a high-pitched whine filled the air, rising rapidly in pitch and volume until it became almost unbearable. Gandalf acted without hesitation. He spoke words of binding and sealing, ancient formulas that predated the corruption of the Palantiri, reaching back to the moment of their creation when they had been pure tools untainted by malice. His voice rose above the whine of the failing crystal, commanding rather than pleading, wielding authority granted to him by the Valar themselves. The cracks in the crystal stopped spreading, the whine began to diminish. The writhing veins of corruption that had filled it began to retreat, driven back by the wizard's will and the power behind his words. It was a battle fought not with weapons but with purposes, with Gandalf's determination to preserve and protect set against the desire to corrupt and control that had been poured into the stone over long years of patient evil. The robed figures, recovering from the initial shock of Gandalf's light, attempted to resume their ritual, to wrest control back from the wizard, but they were too slow and too disorganized. Gandalf's power, once fully manifested, was not something that could be easily opposed by those of mortal origin, no matter how long they had studied the dark arts. He swept his staff in a wide arc, and a wall of force expanded outward from him, striking the ritualists and hurling them backward. They crashed against the ruined stones with cries of pain and dismay, their concentration completely broken now, their working undone. The crystal, freed from both the corruption being forced upon it and the ritual that had sustained it, began to fall. Gandalf caught it with his will before it could strike the ground and shatter. He drew it toward him gently, carefully, mindful of its fragile state and the volatile energies still swirling within. As it came to rest in his hands, he could feel the damage that had been done to it, the scars left by the attempted corruption. It could be healed, he thought, but it would take time and expertise beyond what he possessed. This would need to be taken to Rivendell, where Elrond could examine it and determine what could be done. The robed figures were stirring now, groaning as they struggled to rise. Gandalf regarded them with a mixture of pity and stern judgment. They had chosen to serve the Shadow, but they were still men, still capable of redemption if they would only turn from the path they had followed. He spoke to them, his voice carrying authority and compassion in equal measure. "You have walked long in darkness," Gandalf said, his voice cutting through the rain and wind. "You have devoted yourselves to a cause that can only bring ruin and despair. But even now, even after all you have done, the path back to the light remains open, if you have the courage to take it. Cast off these black robes and the evil they represent. Return to the lands from which you came and live out your days in peace, troubling no one and serving no master but your own conscience." The lead ritualist, the one who had spoken before, struggled to his feet. Blood ran from a cut on his forehead where he had struck the stone, mixing with the rain that streamed down his face. His eyes, when he fixed them on Gandalf, held nothing but hatred and defiance. "Peace?" he spat, his voice thick with contempt. "What peace can there be in this dying age? The glory of the North is dust, the kingdoms of men crumble into ruin, and everywhere the shadows lengthen. You speak of light, wizard, but I see only the twilight before eternal night. We have chosen to serve the power that will endure when all else has fallen. We have chosen the winning side." Gandalf shook his head sadly. "You have chosen nothing but your own fear and despair," he said. "You look upon the troubles of the age and see only evidence of inevitable defeat, but you are wrong. The story is not yet finished, and the ending is far from written. There is strength yet in the free peoples of Middle-earth, courage that you have forgotten, and hope that you can no longer perceive. Your master has taught you to see only darkness, and so darkness is all you have become." The other ritualists were rising now, gathering behind their leader. Some bore expressions similar to his, faces hardened by long commitment to evil, but others, Gandalf noted with interest, showed signs of doubt. These looked at him not with hatred but with something approaching longing, as if they remembered dimly a time when they too had walked in sunlight and known joy untainted by malice. It was to these that Gandalf directed his next words. He lowered his staff slightly, allowing its light to soften, becoming less a weapon and more an illumination that revealed without condemning. He spoke of the choices that lay before all who lived, of the freedom that existed even in darkness, to turn toward the light. He reminded them that no service to evil was so complete that it could not be renounced, no path so far walked that it could not be retraced. As he spoke, one of the ritualists, younger than the others, with a face that had not yet fully hardened into cruelty, stepped forward. He pulled back his hood, revealing features that might once have been handsome but were now marked by sleepless nights and troubled conscience. When he spoke, his voice trembled with emotion long suppressed. "I remember," he said, and tears began to stream down his face, mingling with the rain. "I remember my village, my family, my life before all this. I thought I was choosing power, choosing to be on the side that would triumph. But all I have found is emptiness and fear, and the certain knowledge that I have betrayed everything I once held dear. If there is truly a path back, wizard, then I would walk it, no matter how difficult, no matter how long." The lead ritualist whirled on him, fury twisting his features. "Traitor," he snarled. "You swore oaths, binding oaths that cannot be broken. You belong to the darkness now, as we all do, and there is no escape." But Gandalf stepped forward, placing himself between the young man and his former leader. "The oaths you speak of have no power save what you give them," he said firmly. "They were made in darkness and to darkness, and they can be unmade by a will strong enough to cast them aside. This man has made his choice, and I will defend that choice with all the power at my command." For a moment, it seemed that the lead ritualist would attack, would call upon whatever dark arts remained to him in a final desperate assault. His hands moved in the beginning of a gesture that Gandalf recognized as the prelude to a curse, a working of spite and malice, meant to strike down one who had abandoned the cause. But before the curse could be completed, before the words could be spoken, the young man who had declared his repentance stepped forward once more. He reached out and grasped the lead ritualist's hands, stopping the gesture, and spoke with a conviction that seemed to surprise even himself. "No more," he said. "No more curses, no more darkness, no more serving evil while pretending it is strength. I will not watch you destroy another soul, not even your own. We are done here, all of us. Whether we admit it or not, our working has failed, our purpose is defeated, and all that remains is to choose how we will face what comes next." The lead ritualist stared at him for a long moment, and something in his expression shifted. The hatred and defiance did not disappear entirely, but they were joined now by something else. Weariness, the exhaustion of one who has fought too long for a cause he no longer truly believes in. He sagged, and when he spoke again, his voice had lost its edge of certainty. "What comes next is death," he said quietly. "Do you truly believe the wizard will let us go free? We have attempted to corrupt one of the great treasures of the Elder Days. We have practiced the dark arts in secret for decades. We have done things that would make good men weep to hear of them. There can be no mercy for such as us, no matter what pretty words he speaks." Gandalf regarded him steadily. "You are right that there must be consequences for your actions," he said. "The evil you have done cannot simply be forgotten or forgiven as if it never occurred. But death is not the only consequence, nor is it always the most just. What I offer is not mercy, but an opportunity for justice, a chance to spend what remains of your days working to repair some portion of the damage you have caused. He explained his proposal then, speaking clearly so all could hear. The ritualists would be brought to Rivendell, where they would be questioned thoroughly about their activities and their knowledge. Those who cooperated fully, who held nothing back, and showed genuine remorse, would be permitted to live out their lives in service to the good. They would help to identify and counter other servants of the enemy who yet worked in secret. They would share their knowledge of the dark arts, so that defenses against such things could be strengthened. They would labor to undo what they had helped to build. It would not be an easy life, Gandalf warned. They would be watched closely, trusted only slowly and provisionally. They would have to live with the knowledge of what they had done and the understanding that they could never fully atone for it. But it would be life, and it would be honest, and it would serve the light rather than the shadow. Those who refused this offer, who clung to their allegiance to evil, or who proved false in their repentance, would be dealt with more harshly. Gandalf did not specify the exact nature of such punishment, but his tone left no doubt that it would be severe and final. The ritualists conferred among themselves, speaking in low voices that the wind and rain made difficult to hear. Gandalf waited patiently, the palantir still cradled carefully in his hands, its surface reflecting the intermittent lightning that continued to split the sky. The storm was beginning to weaken now, the thunder growing more distant, the rain diminishing to a steady drizzle rather than a downpour. At last, the young man who had first stepped forward returned to address Gandalf. 7 of us will accept your offer, he said. We will go to Rivendell and submit to questioning. We will do what we can to repair the harm we have caused. The others. He glanced back at his former companions. The others remain committed to the darkness and will not turn aside from it. Gandalf nodded, having expected no other outcome. He bound the 7 who had chosen repentance with gentle magics, not harsh restraints, but rather protections that would prevent them from harming themselves or others during the journey to Rivendell. To the 5 who remained defiant, including their leader, he spoke words of constraint that froze them in place, unable to move or work any magic, but still conscious and aware. I will send the rangers to collect you, he told them. You will be taken to a place of secure holding until it can be determined what is to be done with you. You have been given a choice this night, and you have made it, live now, with the consequences. He turned then to the 7 who had accepted his offer, studying each face carefully. In some, he saw genuine remorse and the beginning of a long journey back from darkness. In others, he detected calculation, a willingness to cooperate born from pragmatism rather than true repentance. But even those might change with time, he reflected. The path from darkness to light was rarely straight or swift, and sometimes it began with no better motivation than the desire to survive. The wizard gestured, and the 7 fell into step behind him as he made his way out of the ruined watchpost. The rain had stopped entirely now, and breaks were appearing in the clouds, allowing moonlight to spill through in silver shafts that illuminated the landscape in ghostly beauty. They walked in silence, the former servants of darkness, and the wizard who had defeated them, an unlikely procession making its way through the night. As they travelled, Gandalf's thoughts turned to all that had transpired in recent days. The Lawkeeper destroyed, its stolen memories restored, the Palantir recovered, damaged but salvageable. 7 souls turned from darkness toward light, if not fully redeemed, then at least set upon the proper path. These were victories, small perhaps in the grand scope of the war against the shadow, but meaningful nonetheless. Yet he knew that the larger pattern remained troubling. The Lawkeeper and the Ritualists had been symptoms of a deeper problem, evidence of a coordinated effort to undermine the North. Somewhere, some intelligence was directing these efforts, choosing targets carefully, exploiting weaknesses methodically. Until that directing intelligence was identified and countered, the victories won this week would be merely temporary, buying time rather than securing lasting peace. 3 days later, as dawn broke over the last homely house, Gandalf stood on one of Rivendell's many balconies, looking out over the valley that Elrond had made into a sanctuary against the encroaching darkness. The Palantir rested safely in the vaults below, being examined by the Elven Lord himself, and such of his household as possessed the knowledge to assess the damage done to it. The 7 former ritualists were housed in comfortable but secure chambers, beginning the long process of unburdening themselves of all they knew. Elrond joined him on the balcony, moving with the timeless grace characteristic of his kind. The Elf Lord's ageless face was grave as he stood beside the wizard, and for a time neither spoke, simply watching as the sun painted the eastern sky in colors of rose and gold. "The Palantir can be healed," Elrond said at last, "but it will take time, perhaps years. The corruption runs deep, woven into the very crystal by long ritual and dark intention. We must proceed carefully, lest in attempting to cleanse it, we destroy what we seek to save." Gandalf nodded, having expected no less. "And what of the men?" he asked. "Have they proven truthful in their testimonies?" Elrond's expression grew thoughtful. "As truthful as fear and shame permit," he replied. "They have revealed much about the activities of the enemy's servants in the north, information that will prove valuable to the Rangers and to all who stand watch against the shadow. But there are things they do not know, gaps in their knowledge that suggest they were but small pieces in a much larger design." The wizard sighed. "That accords with my own assessment. Someone or something was directing them, feeding them just enough information to accomplish their tasks while keeping them ignorant of the broader strategy. It is an old tactic, one the enemy has employed many times before. Servants who know little can reveal little if captured. They stood in silence for a time longer, watching as the valley below came fully to life. Elves moved through the gardens and along the winding paths, beginning the day's activities with the unhurried grace of those for whom time held different meaning than it did for the shorter-lived races. From somewhere came the sound of singing, a melody that seemed to blend with the music of the waterfalls that tumbled down from the heights. "What will you do now?" Elrond asked. "Will you remain here to continue the investigation, or does the road call you elsewhere?" Gandalf smiled slightly. "The road always calls," he said, "but I think I must answer one call in particular." The young man from Arket, the one who first chose to turn from darkness, spoke of a place called the Barrow Downs during his testimony. He said that before joining the ritualists at the watchpost, he had been tasked with investigating certain mounds there, looking for artifacts that might be of use to his masters. "The Barrow Downs," Elrond repeated, his eyes narrowing. "An ill place, haunted by the remnants of Arna's dead and by things darker still. What would the enemy seek there?" "That is precisely what I intend to discover," Gandalf replied. "The Barrow Downs hold secrets from the days when the North Kingdom stood in its strength. If the enemy seeks to uncover those secrets, it suggests another piece of the larger pattern, and patterns, once understood, can be disrupted." Elrond placed a hand on the wizard's shoulder, a gesture of friendship and concern. "Take care, old friend. You drive yourself hard, moving from one crisis to the next, with barely time to rest between. Even your strength has limits." "Perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged. "But the enemy does not rest, and neither can those who stand against the shadow. Each small victory buys time for the free peoples. Time to prepare. Time to gather strength for the greater struggles that lie ahead. I cannot afford to pause when so much remains to be done." The Elf Lord studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "You will always have sanctuary here, Mithrandir, whenever you have need of it. And know that the wisdom and strength of Rivendell stand ready to aid you in whatever way we can." Gandalf clasped Elrond's hand in thanks, then turned to make his preparations for departure. He spent the morning gathering supplies and consulting with the Elf Lord about the history of the Barrow Downs and what was known of them in recent years. He spoke briefly with each of the 7 former ritualists, offering words of encouragement to those who seemed to be struggling with their choice, and stern warnings to those who still harbored thoughts of betrayal. To the young man who had been the first to step forward, he gave special attention. The fellow's name, he had learned, was Aldrich, and he came from a village not far from Arket. His story was one Gandalf had heard many times before. A young man hungry for knowledge and power, approached by those who promised both, led step by step down a dark path until he had gone too far to easily turn back. "You have chosen well," Gandalf told him as they spoke in one of Rivendell's gardens. "But you must understand that the choice you made that night in the ruins was only the first of many you will need to make. Each day, you will face the temptation to slip back into old patterns, to justify past actions, to convince yourself that the darkness was not so dark after all. You must resist these temptations with the same courage you showed when you first stepped forward." Aldrich nodded, his young face solemn. "I understand, Master Wizard, and I am grateful for the chance to try, even if I fail in the end. It is better to fail reaching toward the light than to succeed in serving the darkness." "Wise words," Gandalf observed. Remember them in the days ahead, when the path grows difficult and the destination seems impossibly distant. By midday, the wizard was ready to depart. He stood once more at the edge of Rivendell, his pack on his back, his staff in hand, and the road stretching before him. Elrond had come to see him off, along with several others of the household who had grown fond of the Grey Pilgrim and his unexpected visits. "Walk in light, Mithrandir," Elrond said in formal farewell. "May your path be clear and your purpose strong, and may the stars shine upon your house, Elrond Peridhel," Gandalf replied, "until we meet again, whether in this age or the next." He set off then, following the path that led down from the hidden valley and out into the wild lands beyond. As he walked, his mind was already turning over what he knew and what he suspected about the Barrow Downs and the enemy's interest in them. The mounds held the bones of kings and queens from the First Age, interred with treasures and weapons of power. If something sought to disturb those graves, it suggested either grave robbery for material gain or something more sinister, an attempt to raise what should remain at rest. The afternoon passed pleasantly enough as he made his way westward. The weather was fair, the road was good, and he encountered several groups of travellers heading east toward Rivendell. To these, he offered greetings and news of safe passage ahead, and in return, they shared with him what intelligence they possessed about conditions on the road behind them. As evening approached, he came upon a familiar figure leaning against a tree beside the path. Halbarad straightened as Gandalf drew near, a slight smile crossing his weathered face. "Well met again, Mithrandir," the ranger said. "I had word from my brothers that you had been successful at the watchpost. They found the 5 you left bound there, and have taken them to a place of secure holding, as you requested." "My thanks to you and yours," Gandalf replied. "The enemy's servants are fewer by 5, and those who remain imprisoned have knowledge that may prove useful in time. But I fear our work in the north is far from finished." "So I gather," Halbarad said, falling into step beside the wizard as he continued walking. "I am tasked with escorting you to the Barrow Downs, if you will accept such company. The captain of our rangers thought you might appreciate having eyes and ears beyond your own, in a place known for deception and danger." Gandalf smiled. "I would welcome such company. The road is always easier when shared with a friend, and the Barrow Downs are not a place I would choose to explore alone if other options existed." They walked together as the sun set and the first stars appeared, 2 figures small against the vastness of Middle-earth, yet bearing between them knowledge and purpose that weighed more heavily than mountains. They spoke of what lay ahead and what had come before, sharing information and speculation, planning approaches and preparing for contingencies. And as night deepened around them, and the road stretched endlessly before them, Gandalf felt once again the familiar weight of his calling settle upon his shoulders. He was Gandalf the Grey, the Wanderer, the Meddler, the one who appeared when crisis loomed and disappeared when it passed. He walked the roads of Middle-earth not seeking rest, but seeking need, and he would continue to walk them until either the shadow was defeated or he himself fell in the effort. But for now, on this night, he had a companion beside him and a purpose before him. The Lawkeeper was destroyed, the Palantir was saved, and 7 souls had been turned from darkness toward light. These were not small things, and in the long accounting that would be made when all was finished, they would count for something. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient courses, indifferent to the struggles of the peoples below, yet somehow comforting in their constancy. The wind whispered through the grass beside the road, carrying with it the sense of growing things and earth and distance. And Gandalf walked on, as he had walked for ages uncounted, and would walk for ages yet to come, bearing light against the darkness, hope against despair, and the certainty that even in the deepest shadow, the flame of Ainur still burned bright. Thus ends the tale of Gandalf and the Lawkeeper, and of the Palantir that was saved from corruption, and of the 7 who chose redemption over damnation. But the greater tale continues, as it has continued since the first rising of the sun, and will continue until the breaking of the world. For such is the nature of the long defeat, that each victory leads only to the next battle, and yet each battle is worth the fighting, each victory worth the winning. For in the end it is not the destination that matters, but the journey itself, and the choices made along the way.